think things are working. Hello, hello, I know, hello. I think we are up and running, as they say, up and running. So, today, we go into this place over here. I have not done really much on this game at all. I did a little recording thing. It's just me joining in, wishing for Farina, which I haven't got her yet. We do have 16 days. I only have like 25, I think. I need 50, 60. I need like 50 freaking wishes this time, and that's gonna be almost impossible. But I did get the results of what I got were C6 Beto. Kind of crazy though. It's kind of crazy. C6 Beto, which is not horrible. I think I got C6 Yanfei, C4. Oh, no, Yanfei's not on this. Who's on this? Kale. I did not get Kale or Quill. I only got straight Betos, I think. Yeah, Beto. Beto. I got 3 Betos. Oh, I got the Wizard. It was good. And then Kaching, yeah. So I'm at 5 times 5 is 25, 26, 27, 28. I really do want this character. It is like a need. I don't know. I'm not going to search this area until I'm going to do the Archon quest like now. So the thing is called Chapter 4, Act 5. We're at Chapter 4. Turn to the dormitory. This is the day you get out of prison. You proceed to complete the paperwork for your release as arranged. I hate starting things because everybody just wants to call my name as soon as I touch it. So I will be right back before I even start it. Yo. What are we, guys? Okay, we back. I think everything is playing. You can. Okay. Dormitories. I honestly forgot. I will be. Yeah, I'm gonna go to it. I honestly forgot what here. Let me. Actually, let me. I'm not gonna pull up the clip of what thing is, but I have a recording. Is it this? I'm gonna play the recording of what Paimon said. There's gonna be a bunch of loading. What Paimon said when we entered. If I don't think Paimon said anything at all. No. Okay, never mind. This is me just getting absolutely obliterated by Hilly Churls. Because I went AFK for a second. Yeah, okay, here we go. I am ready. I have seen some of the cuts of some of the teasers. I saw the trailer. If y'all haven't seen the trailer, please go watch it before you watch this live stream. It is going to be, it's honestly, this is going to be a game changer. Or this is not the game changer. This is the last quest in Fontaine, which is wild to me. I remember when Fontaine already came out because it just came out. That's freaking new. It's crazy. I'm ready for this. I have my OG setup here. Farina, we're only like 25 in. I've used her. I really want her. I love the healing aspect and damage aspect of her. I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for my views of this nation to be changed. Well, not really changed, but like view as these characters go in, because I've seen some things and I've seen some cinematics I want to experience myself. So let's wake up from our imprisonment. Here we are.
Now for a little rest after. Wait a sec. Isn't something important? Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to.
Let me open my drink real quick. I have food in front of me. While doing this is gonna be good. I'm ready. I'm ready for a stick out. Ooh, I'm ready for this. Can't wait. Talk to those. Let me out, bro. Yeah.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. What? Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Bro. Well. Run to the office. Already in trouble. First minute in the quest, we already in trouble. I haven't streamed in a while, guys. Kind of weird. All right, wires out for your name. The bud.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place.
Oh, my
failed
YouTube
so
studio is
easily.
being stupid. Somebody had said something in the chat and it didn't pop up. My bad. There you go. Everything's working now. Okay.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall,
If
our
you recall the last
if
incident.
there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. By the...
I believe.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, oh yeah, then be sure to come back.
Come back to prison yet?
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us.
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so you do have a...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking. Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
True.
Our best to stay out of well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. We should probably go. You're going to see Monsieur Nervylette?
I'm sure just your regard.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Oh my god. Hold on. What do I need to do? Okay, let me go talk to Nervylette for a second. This is his freaking story quest, of course. Hold on. Hold on. I knew I should unlock this dang quest. This is his story quest. 1 minute, guys. Hold on.
Wait, did I hear that from...
That's right.
No, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guard.
Nervylette! Sidine! Hey there! What are you two talking?
Traveler and Paimon, please help me to... This is completely unprecedented. How can we have the Udex...
I trust that you'd be able to work that.
So, what is it?
A Melusine named Kiara.
And then...
That is all the information.
I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today.
Thank you for understanding. She may have no interest in official affairs.
Yes, understand.
Goodbye. I like my... Hey, there goes.
Judging from Sidine's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff.
I cannot tell you just yet. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I'm...
Come on!
It is not my intention to keep... Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago, there were few people I could trust. But I had two subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance.
They must have been amazing people.
Indeed. The reforms... The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being... All Melusine... I granted their wish. Many common folk believe that I share... Some of them. I have nothing that has already happened.
There's the guards.
Based on prior experience, the political system... However, since I am...
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice?
I understand where you are coming from. You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations.
Definitely.
Even though I was born with a human form, there is a taking on the role of... I have lived in Fontaine for a long time.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with all those organized... Let's team up and round...
That does not sound like a
Bad idea. I
I
really
rarely
investigate cases on my own, but with
but with
professionals like you around.
Oh, bye,
Look at my note of that.
Alright, am I done now? Freedom! Yay!
Let us go. We should visit
Kiara
Kiara
first
and try to gain a
get a better understanding of the
situation.
situation. Alright, I need to get this quest done. Not this one, but I need to get whatever is in the way for my main quest.
So Nervylette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but Paimon feels like he has a kind...
Are we done now? I ain't completing this, I'm just saying.
Paimon's been thinking...
I gotta freaking do this. I'm so sorry, the peoples of my chat. I have to do this. I knew this would happen. Take longer than freaking thing.
Hydro dragon? Would a dragon out of water suit you better?
I never thought I'd see him here.
Kiara.
Neuvillette.
Monsieur Neuvillette! And you are? Oh, I remember. You're the Traveler and Paimon. I've heard about you. Aw, she's adorable! Thanks for the compliment.
I heard from Sidine that you received a...
A threatening letter. The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about, but Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger.
Have you run into any suspicious-looking people?
Suspicious-looking people?
Someone who follows you with plans. Someone who strikes up a conversation with you. You? Huh?
Did you? Nope. I don't remember.
Do you still have the
Airhead.
letter with you? I want you...
Oh, let's see. Found it.
Now then.
Get lost.
If
You don't leave the
tomorrow, I
message
shall say
phantom. I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you.
A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals. We can't rule out that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone suspicious, I will... Kiara,
Good.
you should come with us.
Sure. Wait, no.
But you are being watched.
Watch right now. Going off on your own could be dangerous. I love Neuvillette.
Where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara and make sure she's safe. With us around, anyone scheming to hurt Kiara can forget about it.
Can forget about it.
Traveler,
Big sis Paimon. I actually love that. I love that. That's what I love that.
Don't worry, your big sis Paimon is super strong.
I love that. That's a good name
Alright.
for Paimon. I like
Let
that.
us go our separate ways for now.
Thank you.
Please take care.
Go away. I'm sorry, Neuvillette. I need to do main quest right now. Move.
Kiara, how
No.
old are you?
Not yet. Not yet. No, what? Do I actually have to?
Let me think.
1, 2,
2,
10?
10?
I can't remember.
I can remember. But I remember coming to the Court of Fontaine with Carol and Neuvillette. That must have been a long time ago. Carol? Didn't Neuvillette mention her just now? That was more than 400 years ago. Why would Paimon be a big sister to you? My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them.
Ooh, hitting right there. That's a hint. Hint. Hint.
So, you're a big sis.
Paimon is old. I know she is.
Paimon sees.
Like old as us.
Hey, Traveler, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Strange.
Carol.
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two?
Yep, we're convicts. Yep.
Oh, they're the Traveler and Big
Big
Sis
sis Paimon. I like the voice
I
actor.
thought so.
So, what brings you
you
here? Shh, we're protecting Kira.
Did you run into any trouble?
Mm-mm.
It's not really trouble anymore. May I begin inspecting the store as planned?
Go for it.
Of
But,
course.
guys,
Go ahead.
disclaimer, this is not the main quest. I have to do these stupid story quests because I forgot they existed. So that's why I put P1 on this John. Alright. Ooh, we inspecting? What we doing?
No hazards detected.
No hazards. We
Clear
good.
the inspection.
Yeah, you're
That was
crazy.
quick. What were you inspecting? I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melazines have special eyes that can see.
I love these people. Oh, yo! I just saw a new short burger.
No matter
on.
how hard you
The
try
people.
to clean them up, we Melazines can see the residual stains for some
Same.
time.
I haven't been on it much. I needed to do the Archon quest.
All right. Now that you're done,
Done inspecting? Can we have a chat? Go for it.
Hear me out.
Hear me
I'm planning
out.
to release an outfit for children next month,
Ooh.
and wanted to hire you as my
Ooh.
model. Is that okay
Hey,
with you?
easy money.
Of course.
Yeah, there you
Is
go.
there anything I need to do?
Yeah, just stand
Please
there.
Wait a moment while I take your measurements. The sample.
Seems like they get along really well. Huh? What are you looking
Just
at?
someone over right there. Right there. Right there. Right
Is
there.
there really someone watching us?
If they're watching us and we're sneaking, it's Carol. Yeah. Who else would this be?
Strange.
Or Charlotte, I mean.
Gotcha!
Got him.
Charlotte, what are you doing here?
letter. What threat letter?
God dang it. Shut up, Paimon. Shut up.
This is starting to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that.
You want to interview?
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know. But it's not an easy task to accomplish. The Palais Mermonia
I'm dude be like, hey yo, no, you what you doing?
and we
Be like,
never had a chance to
Abler.
interact when the court's in session.
It's the time now. What you doing, man?
Seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation.
I see. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll put this in exchange. Could you tell me what...
All right.
What? Someone's... Shh, not so... It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara. Last month, I'll ask my colleagues about, but I gotta warn you. Even...
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Neuvillette anyway.
Well, that
Ooh,
was a
excuse me,
nice
who?
chat.
Yeah, Kiara's gone now. She got kidnapped. No, never mind. Yay! What up? I love whoever this person is. I want her.
The design looks pretty good, huh?
I think it's great.
Huh. It's very pretty indeed.
Indeed.
Claran,
Claran.
here.
Claran.
It seems that you just
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia,
The Neuvillette was
I heard that
investigating a
Neuvillette
case
was
with you.
investigating a case with you.
Yep, yep, yep.
Technically speaking, he and
You and I are under
an
employee
employer-employee
relationship. It
It
didn't.
didn't feel right
like
to have
my-
my employer personally take on such trivial cases. I happen to have some time at the moment and came.
never liked you.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with Neuvillette.
Okay, then we'll leave Kiara and you.
Thank you, Claran. I love Claran.
How has your work been recently?
Same as usual.
Hmm.
My schedule normally
Isn't it?
isn't
You're
too
packed.
packed, so
I have
I have
time for
plenty of
myself.
time for myself.
Ooh, then shall we go out to play? How about a beach vacation?
I
Like
guess.
last time, I've even signed up as a volunteer lifeguard. I'm really good at swimming, so I'm sure I can help.
I love Claran. Alright, return to the palace. Blah, 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 blah. As I, again, we're gonna be like, yo, Neuvillette, what you doing up in here? Let me interview you. Oh, lights. Hey, yo, let me in, man. Let me in. Yo, let me in, cuz. Let me in. That's Neuvillette. Okay, are we done? We're doing it until the main quest is available to the me. Neuvillette, what you doing?
Oh, you're back.
Everything alright?
Is everything all right?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
We ran into Claran. She
That is good to hear.
I could trust
I
her
trust
abilities.
It looks like
But
Kiara's
Kiara's in good hands.
We thought so too. Well,
I've been looking over the case
There
records,
is specifically
specifically inspection
inspection.
reports submitted by Kiara and major cases I've judged over the past decade. I've come up with two plans. On one hand, I could
One
start
hand?
with Kiara and track down the group behind all this step by step. On the other, I could also analyze the conflicting interests of these major cases and confirm my suspicions if there is indeed a mysterious group that bears a grudge against me.
they both sound like pretty solid plans. But can you really finish browsing through all these documents? That's a lot of reading even for Paimon.
Don't worry. I'm
I'm fast reader when it comes to official documents. After all,
I have
I have several hundred years of reviewing under my belt. Several hundred, you know.
I'll help you read through them.
Several
There's
hundred.
nothing else to do.
Only a few.
Thank you. I will continue looking through the
The
ones
ones
piled up on the desk, but feel free to browse through anything else in this room.
I'm telling you, we're distrusted. Neuvillette, fire. It's like, it's, we're done. Look, I have to do. Yeah. Sorry for my clicking. It's just no sounds. Honestly, I'm kind of skipping through this. Oh, I really am doing.
Have you made any progress?
We skimmed through some of them, but there wasn't anything useful. Oh, there's so many documents lying around. Just how many cases have you handled?
I would love to answer
That's that question, but the truth is, I
I've
never made a
never
precise
made a
calculation myself.
calculation myself. If memory
Serves
serves
me right, there should be at least 100,000 cases.
The
Documents you see are just a false fraction of what's really there.
Whoa.
That might be
I mean, how it seems from another perspective.
but
Trials and official duties are to me as simply routine.
There are many
Documents here. Take a break if you're tired.
All right. Let us
Take
take
a
a break
break
then.
then. Ouch. What about free? And I was like, Neverland. Yeah, bro. Start sleeping.
Even though resting is all the silence is making Paimon.
Please pardon my
My lack of consideration.
People
rarely come into
Palais
Palais Memorial.
for matters outside of work.
Be
To
quiet.
be quite honest, I am
Not
not
sure what we
should do. Would you like
Like
to
have some drinks, perhaps?
You must be
Be thirsty after all that work.
Ooh, drink! Thank you!
He's the goat.
Paimon wonders what Novelette likes to drink.
Nah, I think he likes juice. Watch.
He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery. You know, like D-Luke.
Wow, we haven't heard new D-Luke in a while. Double exquisite wine glasses. Dang, you knew.
What's inside these glasses? It looks just like water.
It is water.
An astute
The
observation.
observation, it is indeed water. It is indeed water. With a wine glass. Hey, it's perfect for me. Hey, let
So
me...
it's just
Plain old water?
water?
What did you
You
think,
think it was? Since you're the
Since you're the Chief Justice,
This water is indeed
indeed very special. It would not be overstated to call sophisticated. Yeah, in a wine glass. What?
I believe you've already
Or
tried
called
Fanta.
Fanta. In fact, there are many other drinks factories in Fontaine, including
those
that specialize in packing pure drinking water. Yeah,
Said
water
is sourced from all
across
Tibet,
Tibet, including Mondstadt cider,
Liu's
Insei Village, and Inazuma's Konda Village.
Here is one
One
of
of
their
the latest products.
Water
Water from Sumeru's
Upon
water.
Woods.
Is there any difference? They're all just water, aren't they?
If I were to comment
Comment on the
their
mouthfeel. The waters of
Cider Lake
warm the heart. The waters of Insei Village have a
poignant touch, while one might call the
waters of Konda Village placid.
placid. Distinct
Differences exist
between
between the waters of each area. You
will
appreciate
appreciate
these
their
intricacies
intricacies
once you taste them carefully.
really? Let Paimon try.
It tastes like water. Hey, you dug it!
What do you think?
Water. Tastes like water. And it,
Nope.
How
how regrettable.
It
Seems like you have a
still
long way to go in refining your tastes.
Hey, this is
Refining our tastes.
Paimon's pretty sure most. Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro Dragon?
Could be the case.
We are allowed to bring that up, right? Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages.
Oh no, don't look at me. What?
Sorry, Paimon was.
There's nothing to
To
hide.
hide. I was simply organizing my thoughts.
I accepted this position
Position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
Questions? Are
There are things you can't
things
figure?
Many,
Any, in fact.
but the
the
one
one
question
that puzzles me the most concerns my
own existence.
Ain't that
In
the truth?
essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. I lost many memories from the moment I was born. The primordial sea, for example. I can only vaguely recall its connection to me, but I am unaware of what that connection is exactly. Perhaps the elemental
The
dragons of other
nations
nations may
may
have
have some-
some form of an answer.
Yeah.
However, they are scattered across all of
Tavat.
Teyvat. Abruptly visiting
Isn't
could very well pose an
those are
unpredictable risk.
True. Some of them have very unique
Personalities. Yeah.
I have been holding on to these
These
unanswered
unanswered questions.
questions for a long time. But there is
There's
one thing
one
I've
thing.
discovered along the way. My
Emotions
emotions easily
easily
resonate
resonate
with
with
those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean. My guess would be that there are
There
at
are
least some similarities between humans and myself. By observing their behavior, perhaps I can one day understand the meaning of my existence.
Same here, bro.
Have you made any progress then?
No.
Perhaps, but
Oop.
I find such progress difficult to describe.
Right.
As an outsider, chances to engage in meaningful interactions with others are few and far between. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat. Such
Opportunities are rare. Alas,
Alas, time is limited. We should
we should
move on with our investigation.
Are we gonna continue reading these documents?
I wasn't able to
Didn't
find any leads after browsing through most of the documents. But while we were on the topic of water a moment ago, another idea came to me.
Water? Do you mean
That's right.
Hey,
The
I'm just
fountain
genius.
of Lucine is where all
All
the
the fountains
fountain's waters converge. It is
It's
the vessel of
countless memories and emotions.
If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, they should also hold an intense resentment towards me. Perhaps we'll
We'll be able to find some new leads by sensing the hydro element within the fountain.
Perhaps we
There
should
not-
go. There
There
shouldn't
isn't
be
too many people near the fountain of Lucine during the evening. Oh yeah. We done, please. I just wanna. I just wanna freaking do the. So I have to do this whole quest. Alright, well. Work is work. Wherever you go. OBS is working. Y'all can hear me. You can see things. We are doing good. If people are in chat, I am sorry. I cannot see it sometimes. Just my bad. It does be doing stupid. Let me pin a comment. Let's see. I have to. Dragon to West. For add face. Then I want to can I like pin it? How do I engage with it? Like that, and then I'll okay. Counted to
Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes.
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
Don't. I swear, if you do, bro, I swear to God.
Looks like we got lucky today.
There's hardly anyone around. We do next.
Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need...
A safe distance? Neverlet, what is that?
Oh Lord.
Oh, it's glowing!
Oh snap. What? Where we at? The wave of dizziness washes over. Where are we at now? God. Yeah, I was about to say, am I able to do it? Yeah, dude, this is awesome! Ever surging. And this music. I think we.
bringing us here, Monsieur Neuvillette. The Court of Fontaine is truly incredible.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank me. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
But a meaningful life also comes with its risks.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village, but I want to see the outside world nonetheless. In truth, I've never really understood the purpose of my existence, or what I'm capable of contributing to this world. For almost 20 years, we've stayed in our village without finding any answers. That's why we wanted to leave our village and look for the meaning of our existence elsewhere.
I understand your confusion. In fact, I feel the same way. I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really? Could you tell us what we should do to fit in as you did? The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head.
Oh, duh, it's a rock.
It's really hard not to cry.
Logically speaking, both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead, with countless obstacles to overcome. Different identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening the barrier between one another. Removing it will be no easy feat. There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society. Despite my social status, I am still an outsider.
Oh, I see. Let's all do our best then. I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any trouble, I suggest that you inform Vautrin, the captain of the special
Huh?
Yes? Do you have...
That stone-faced human. He didn't...
He is an earnest man.
Okay.
Hello. Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello.
Get away from here!
Please, calm down.
Hard to see.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway? I can't believe
Exactly. That so-called chief...
Go away!
I'm not leaving. We joined the Maréchaussée Phantom and
Solving cases? With Neuvillette in cahoots with you? So tell me, how can you guarantee that you Melusines aren't in...
Didn't I tell you before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting, there have indeed been an increase in cases recently.
Even the captain...
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
You heard that?
Yeah, I don't understand.
There have been rumors saying that you were born from calamity, and that you inherently bring danger to those around you. There are countless negative rumors about you floating around in Fontaine. It's near impossible for you to become a part of this society.
Monsieur Neuvillette said that we needed to put both time and effort in. I don't know how long it'll take, but I can at least try making my best effort. I still want to try a little harder. Okay, I won't be taking...
Give them to me.
You're not...
We'll hand them out together. The faster we get...
Neuvillette. What's this?
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and Vautrin. Thank you for your continued dedication in the past 5 years. You've taken one small step forward.
I just want to do the main quest, man. I hate side quests.
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. It won't be long before Melazines begin living peacefully with the humans. Just the thought of it makes me happy.
Don't keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the surface. There's still a long...
You blockhead!
You blockhead.
Vautrin brings up a good point. The trust humans, please be on your guard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our powers combined. What if...
Nah, not gonna happen. As long
Hajime, what are you doing here?
Personally.
What are you doing here, Hajime?
He must comply with in the political sphere.
Unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. I know Hajime from anywhere.
Just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melazines,
I can hear.
the person who brought
What are you doing here? You're from an anime. What are you doing here?
Will be left with no excuse.
I guess you're right.
What is Hajime doing here?
Turn the murderer in!
Dang. There's a protest over here.
Melazines can't be trusted! That goes for Neuvillette too!
Good lord. They're so adorable though. I love the Mezzalines.
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back.
Nah, they should die. All of them should. No, they need to perish. Not the Mezzalines, the humans. I don't care. Only Mezzalines. I don't care. That's all I like.
The results of the investigation.
Go on.
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference. They tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time.
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth?
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards. Captain Vautrin, should I present these results to Monsieur Neuvillette right away?
There's no need. Notify the guards to
restrict access to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was... She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind. From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others.
Looks like she was unfazed by...
Yes. In fact, I should have known. Those can you understand how I feel? Right now,
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette...
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. Give me the list of suspects. I will take responsibility for everything.
Honestly, I respect him. I respect him. If he comes into like a villain dude, I respect his resolve. Great, I respect it. I do. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. They did horrible things to Carol. We like Carol.
They're hearing a major case today, and the criminal is Captain Vautrin of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Yeah, no.
Apparently, he resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol.
Good.
And settled the score with the group that framed his friend.
What they get?
Hey, I'm thinking... we should try our best to bail him out when the
Bail him out?
Shh, keep it down! Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are Neuvillette's most trusted... Besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, Neuvillette's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion, Neuvillette will be able to give Vautrin a reprieve. The benefits are endless.
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. Please, think about it. If the same thing had happened... Yeah, that's right!
Order! Order! Order!
Those
Dong, dong,
despicable
dong, dong,
cowards
dong.
who levied false accusations against Carol. How could Vautrin...
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Mr. Vautrin is innocent! He's innocent!
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. Vautrin, I understand your decision. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the... Therefore...
What?
That can't be! Monsieur Neuvillette, please give this a little more...
Vautrin, my friend.
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely fought. Is this what justice means?
Order. Since there have been no further objections, the Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vautrin. According to the judgment of the
Oratrice Mécanique Denise Cardinal.
Mr. Vautrin will be declared
Guilty. Rip. Answer me, Neuvillette.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
This all happened because of Carol's naive ideas.
Is this a story quiz? Ain't no way it is.
How can different species peacefully coexist anyway?
Man, these people hating. They're such haters, bro.
Hey, stop spacing out! What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Apologies, it seems like my memories got the better of me. I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but it seems like it's still caused due to my negligence. The overflow of emotions and memories must have affected you as well.
Wow. The Hydro Dragon is... Anyways, the last time we came here, the Traveler only...
It is as you said. This might be because I am different. It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. Rivers, lakes, and even the rain.
That sounds awesome!
But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind occupied with irrelevant memories isn't exactly a pleasant experience. Which ones?
Okay.
It's fine. I prefer not to speak of those. It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this.
Paimon started... Don't leave Paimon out of the conversation!
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating I did not sense too much hatred towards me. I don't know what caused this to happen, but it seems like there won't be a shortcut to finding the organization that may be pulling the strings here. However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be related to a smuggling case.
Oh! Didn't we read about that in one of the documents?
Yeah, I kind of skipped it.
You heard about it. In that case, the
I kind of skipped
resentment
it.
should have come from that incident.
Huh? What are you doing here?
Navia, what you doing?
I was about to look for you at the
I didn't expect you here. What you doing?
Navia! Nice to see you again!
Yeah, what up?
Is there something we can help with?
Good.
I've heard some things, but I'm not purposely asking around or anything.
Okay.
Don't worry. Rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines.
Rumors
and
already?
Investigating the case. So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar
Whatever her
faces
name is,
show
Charlotta,
themselves
whatever her name is,
on
cannot keep her word shut
We'll find
or
the
mouth shut.
suspects among them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Navia.
Where did you
Hear
hear
about
about all this?
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, you talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only...
So that's what Charlotte meant.
Indeed. I did not expect that this could
Kiwi
be kept
had been
hidden
for too long. The rumors still spread faster than I imagined.
Faster than I imagined.
Yeah.
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think.
Yeah.
Anyway, any progress with the investigation?
The suspects who threatened Kiara might have to do with a certain smuggling case, but it is still uncertain if we are planning to return to the Palais Marmonia to revisit some details.
I don't know, I said it so good.
Right. Then I'll round up the Spina di Rosula and follow up on their progress. Wait for my word. Ta-ta.
Ta-ta.
Neverlet, do you think there'll be any problems now that the word is out?
Probably.
I have already considered that possibility, and I do not think that there will be any. As a matter of fact, once the word gets out, no one would dare to harm Kiara in broad daylight.
If they do, they're kind of stupid.
What is more important is how the case is perceived
by the public. 400 years ago, they choose to side with the old regime and direct the regime. That's weird. I thought it was regime.
I hope the same won't happen again. Let us head
back to Palais. Palais. Off. The wizard, the wonderful wizard of... Hi, Mom, what you see? What are you seeing?
Strange. What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night? Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Oh, Lord. Don't be doing it again. I swear if it's what I think it is, they better not. They didn't do no wrong.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melazine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in person.
What? That's it. Who's been threatening Melazine?
Yeah, sorry, stop. Yeah, we're protecting. We're protecting. We're protecting them.
What I wanted to say. The guards have already begun to think about how much we owe them. Now that they're in danger, how can we just sit back and do nothing?
Yes, Cornell, whatever.
Everyone, please stay alert to your surroundings from now on.
Bro, let's go. Protect them. Do everything you can.
You've been following me this whole time.
We were informed
Valda.
that. Nope. We just finished our
Happened to be
shift
strolling
and
by.
happened to be strolling by.
Yep.
Have you had dinner yet? Why don't we check out the new items at the dessert shop?
Yeah, y'all do that. Y'all go. Yeah, do it.
This isn't a good time to be out and about.
Oh, but they're hungry though. Come on, don't act tough. Bet you're hungry too. All right.
Let's go buy a cake or something.
Yeah.
Ever skip meals, especially if you have another shift scheduled for later.
I love them. You're so caring. Oh yeah, look.
I heard even Nervilette's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted. We gotta make sure we give it all.
Seriously?
Were you planning to shirk your duties if Nervilette wasn't involved?
Relax, I was just playing. We've worked together for years now. If something...
That's more like it. We should
That's
stand
more like
guard
it.
until the criminal has been caught.
Yes, protect.
Come fight me instead, you coward!
Have you heard?
Even Special Patrol came to help.
Shh, look.
Isn't that Nervilette? He's looking at us.
I think he's looking at us.
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
I think they're looking at.
This is
Truly wonderful.
So, wanna go over and say hi?
Yeah.
No, I should stay. Where I am. My appearance could give rise to unnecessary
commotion.
Let us stick to our plan and return to the
Palais
Palais Marmonia.
Marmonia. Bro.
The faster we uncover the truth,
Palais.
the better.
We're able to do it now. Are we able to do it now, Mr. Krabs? No. Mechanique. Okay. Look at la. Oh, I'm so ready. I haven't even started the main quest. We already, how long are we in? How long are we in for? We're almost an hour in already? Hold your freaking horses. Are we actually? Guys, we're a freaking hour in and we haven't even started. Let me in. We haven't even started. I'm so sad. At least I get to know Nervilette's background.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the one.
This is the one.
The list of involved suspects should be...
Yeah, found it.
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna. Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders, but who did not participate in the case. will not stand trial. Among them, surveillance of Essin has ceased on account of his good behavior. All other personnel remain on our watch list.
So many names. Is the one who sent that threatening letter to Kiara?
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essin, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the...
Monsieur Neverlet, someone
Sitting.
claiming to be from the Spina de Rasula, he said, and I quote, huh? How did Navia find them so quickly?
I too am perplexed.
Well, Navia is crazy.
Cafe isn't
Too far from here. We should take over. Take a look.
The Palais Mermonia
Yeah, that
sure
was
is
quick.
buzzing with activity today.
The echo, though.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neverlet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Apologies!
Excuse me. Would you mind
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got
I love
my
her
hands
voice.
full here. You can see yourselves in.
I like her voice. I'll be right there. Alright. I like her. Let's go. I like it. I'm telling you, they got fire voice actors. I swear. Fire voice actors. Halt. Ooh. That's transition.
Hello.
You've come in the right time.
But you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime,
Please have a seat. If you'd like to.
If you'd like to have something to drink.
Outside, no.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish.
Ooh, another transition. Ooh. Right. What's new?
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Okay.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to
Keep you waiting.
Today should be the day you were
Released from the
fortress of
fortress.
Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
We're in main quest now. We're good, guys. We're in main quest.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
This is main quest.
Judging from your description,
That cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like primordial sea.
a whale of that size and
Shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Chara is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he... Yes? What is it?
Oh, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped...
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already... If the change in water levels is connected...
Navia should be in Poisson,
I'm not trying to skip it, my mouse
We
does.
need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Go, Navia, go to save
Please
Navia.
be careful.
Please be careful. I will, Navia. We'll be on main quest now, right? We're main quest? Okay, we're main quest, guys. Guys, I'm excited. Hour in, finally.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Okay, guys, we're ready. Main quest is on the way. Go to Poison. Hopefully they're okay. I love that. Tevat has its own laws.
Oh no. What happened here?
Oh my god, a wreckage is...
Navia should be around here, right?
Navia. Where are you, man? Dang, he's on the roof. You good up there? Well, I'm serious.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's some.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Oh,
Navia's member. Okay. He's okay. You okay?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on.
Looks like a different water. Why does it hurt so much? I mean, it looks like a different type of water hit him. Primordial Sea, maybe? That doesn't seem like normal water. It was purplish. And Primordial Sea, if you remember, it was purple. It was purple, and then he held it up against the ice. So I guess it hurts a bunch. There's Navia right there. Nothing.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Looks sad.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Port.
Yes. As you can see, the...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to...
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose,
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his...
All right. You'll be in...
What? Silver and whatever.
I'm sorry.
This...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher... The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now...
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation...
No! No! Why? No! No! Silver, please be alive. No.
Sorry.
I'm so... No. Why? Genshin, why'd you have to put them to their misery? Oh. Oh.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to. Of course, we should remember... Traveler, Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
No. Oh my god. I don't have time for this. Leonette, I like you, but I ain't got time for this right now. Oh my god, I'm skipping this fully.
Excuse...
Gemma? You mean Caesar's?
I'm just trying...
Yeah, ever since Caesar passed away, she's been... I asked her what she was doing. She knows he's gone.
She's been
I'll bet. I don't know if if I'm honest. I think this is all so... Anyway, well, that's everything.
All right, well...
You're welcome.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom...
You're kidding.
I don't know anymore, but what if?
Called it.
Oh, please.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
I don't care right now. We have people that have died here.
You've come to... I was right up...
I saw him sometimes. But after he died, there were also, as I'm sure you
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, I bet Gemma must be. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's.
So that's wait. It looks.
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid. It looks like you're injured. My name is Lynn.
I ain't got the time right now.
You knew Caesar. I promised. Huh.
No.
Got it.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair. In any case.
Don't care right now. Oh my god. 8 to 12. I just want to do this main quest. And Silver and Miliduus, whatever his name was, best, funniest duo ever, and they're dead. That is. There we go.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation.
Right. That's how.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just. Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and...
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect...
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
No.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle?
No.
Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone
Okay,
ends up here
I have a
sooner or
theory
later.
that makes the story so much better. A Genshin story. Primordial seawater. It's said that it dissolves them, but what happens if it doesn't? What happens if it just, like, sends them somewhere? But they're not dead. They're just injured, but, like, they're not dead. I'm so hoping.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey!
I'm quite serious.
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could...
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just
No, Silver.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, Malus and Silver have helped me. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with...
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan, Burnett. So,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another. Malus and Silver were not the price.
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Sorry, I got a little mad. I got a little mad for a quick second there. But okay, what do you want?
The knave?
You doing here, Knave?
What are you?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission,
Mission according to your request.
All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated,
Kinda call that
and we
crap.
are preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken.
Thank you.
Wait.
We just met recently.
Right, Miss
Miss
Navia?
Na-
Usually, I would call this a... Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say
I apologize for all the ways in which I test. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or... As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You, as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain.
You're right. I'm sorry. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why
I'm
I'm
here.
going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way,
Enough.
Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... huh?
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which, Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson.
So the time for Charlie cooperation.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Heart. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but
May I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we besides, I'm also...
Since you put it that way, I have no... All right. The ruins are to the south.
Okay.
Thank you, Nav. I just see what I thought it was. No, cool. Sad times. Every time I meet with Navia, there's always Midloose and Silver behind him. It was always great to see him. Now, we're stuck. This is going to be very saddening, as I can already see. I can already see it. It's going to be very interesting, to say the least. It's going to turn the tides against Fontaine, is what I know. I can already tell. It's going to turn the tides against Fontaine. What about these ruins? Ooh, excuse me. Really? Before I start this, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. It will not take long at all. Oh, Lord. Alright, guys. You know the deal. You don't collect achievements until the end of the quest. Alright, let's get. These are the ruins. Supposedly.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and
just be careful.
Okay, don't be careful. Okay. I should go in here with serious.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
What is the situation?
All right, let's head off.
I should come in here with, you know, like some serious. For sure he has. Yeah, I just don't. He doesn't have his weapon. All right.
Time to go.
Time to go.
Stabilize. The wind knows me.
Shine down!
I will have order.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Gather.
One with nature.
the floor here isn't safe. This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve them.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be... don't get by my wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that case,
the water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just...
All right. Come... Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Itchy. Oh my god. What? What?
this bridge! Run for it!
Oh no. Nice. Already. Navia's dead. Well, alright, that's 3. Oh, no, she's alive.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself.
Hmm? Oh.
Yes, it...
That's quite possible. However...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed. This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we
were headed to see how things were going.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally
These
realized
people that
I wasn't the one they were
technically died in the freaking primordial seawater. It kept their memories just like water and Fontaine. That is why. Okay.
my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
He's dead too.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little...
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something...
She's sensing. She's sensing. Yes.
Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still...
Huh? We do...
Well, now, did you...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
I told you. I knew something was going on here.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness. Everyone's finally here.
What's she doing here, though?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina.
Desiree. Yep.
Joyville. Jolien. Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Sil.
All right.
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula.
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why we are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed.
Ah, well, if that's what you think.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Bro, what is happening?
I know all these people.
Yo, Silver, what are you doing?
I seem to remember.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Forever, yeah. Say no. I am not guilty. I'm innocent. Defend our lady. Mr. DoDooDylan. Yes. Come on, Silver. Come on, Melinus. Melinus.
She was born a
Free and independent spirit.
She
Come
has
on,
never
Silver.
been tied down by anything.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Yes.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual. Please do not mistake her.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget,
We're all
we are
Fontanians
all
here.
Fontanians
Nation
here.
of Hydro.
This is the. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
By the way, if she says she's guilty, she stays in the primordial. Basically, she dies. But if she counteracts it, we don't know what happens.
Everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We...
And you would call this justice?
Preposterous!
Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Yes, wake up.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurt. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd for Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr.
Silver,
Shivern and
Melis.
Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trial. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Ooh.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia. Silence.
Yes! Neuvillette! What do you mean, question mark?
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no—
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must—
Goodbye.
Farewell.
I'm sad.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Sad time.
You're awake. Good.
Thank you, Novelet.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're
You're
all right.
right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
I'm sad,
The
bro.
ruins
I
you were
like Silver and
exploring suffered a
Melis.
cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What?
Hmm?
What?
What is it?
What?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second.
Yeah,
They
it's
gave me
Melis
the
and
chance to
Silver.
retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able...
Wait, did you say Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
No, Silver and Melis. I'm so sad. They're actually dead. Are you okay, Novelet?
Hmm?
Are you sad now?
Oh,
I'm
I am
quite
quite
alright.
all right.
Perhaps there's something we could chat
Perhaps
about.
there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
What? Question, yeah.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
Yeah, back, yeah.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time
I'm
to
to herself.
Why didn't you tell me
Just like so loud.
Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this?
By the
I
way,
suppose so.
Sigeween.
Ah, Sigeween.
Sigeween!
I hope all
We're
is well
well
with
with
her
your
these
days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide.
has not been too much for her, has it?
No.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigeween made him do that. He hopes...
Thank you. I
I've
have
been indeed busy lately.
And I also hope that everything is going well.
He still doesn't know what to talk about.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So,
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
this isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
I definitely wouldn't mind.
Alright! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Stabilize!
Go! There is no escape!
Into the wind! This is order!
Wipe out! Illusion shattered!
Rise!
Oh, excuse me.
Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stamina, you really just failed me like that. I'm telling you, stamina sucks. Where's it at? There it is. Jesus Christ. Good lord. Oh. Rocks.
will have order.
There is no escape.
Go!
Wind strike. Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh, that rotation is crazy. That rotation is actually crazy. Whatever the crap I just freaking did. I just noticed when you switch to Lumine, she has a little like different like thing. Cool. Bro. We got Silver and Milu is dead. 2 characters already dead. Stupid. Sad times. Why they gotta do us like that, bro? Why they gotta do this like that? Why they gotta do us like that, bro?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
What the heck? Wait a minute.
Slates. It seems like
perhaps we should just leave
No.
them.
Farina's on the wall.
there are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show.
There's something written below.
Reason dictates.
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its...
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
Ooh, excuse me.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestia, with Farina, the god, and her companions.
Is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image?
That is her.
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
With people around it, maybe going up against her.
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content.
The people will all be dissolved into
The
the
waters, and only the heart remain,
and only
weeping
the
on her
Hydro Archon will
throne.
remain, weeping on her throne.
You seem to match. But why Celestia?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking. This says that it's the history of the future.
I really...
Still, Paimon...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Celeste.
Did she herself commit that sin? And also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their content...
But who would have created...
I know who.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
I know it, I know things. We know, bro. Oh, thanks for the chest, bro. Thanks for the loot, bro. Okay, that is actually kind of weird. So it goes from, so it's reversed order. It's the random one, Celestia, Aegea, whatever her name is. For some apparent reason, striking down on those who committed a sin. Somehow this is supposed to be sad. Water is filled to the brim. City is fallen. But why is she falling the water here and then I don't really. Okay.
Let's split up here. I'm going
Ooh,
to
it's
check on
raining.
what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the
Hey,
Flip
B.
and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
See you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it.
Alright, we'll leave it in your...
I will be carefully considerate.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Flivsandra is always open to you, as ever. All right.
Hey, Navia. Be safe. Navia Nuvile Dotbuda. You and Paimon. Okay.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a...
Yay! And there's good food! Paimon's already starting to forget...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Mona, what you doing here, Mona? What you doing here? What is Mona doing here?
You two.
What are you doing in Fontaine? So what are you doing here, Mona?
Mona?
Yeah, what the girl is she doing here?
I can't escape the whole world.
I'm streaming here, buckaroo.
It can be forever escape. Escape my own world.
Stop doing your copyright songs. The still has not to you. We might meet.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll
Especially if I'm
when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I'm... Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologer... There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now.
It is...
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of...
That's great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just
thrice as great?
That's so... I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to...
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname.
The triple
It's
epithet.
alright if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible!
Come on.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. that was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining that, I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely...
A visionary? Sounds really...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell...
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing as always!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do.
Quizzes are quite welcome.
Yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you!
I love
Of
Mona.
all the people we know, you know the stars the best!
Indeed, that's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
Okay, see you, Mona.
If I receive
Be
any
careful,
news,
please.
I'll be sure to come.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you. That's more like it.
That's more like it. Traveler, the whole world's sinking. What? Watch, something's gonna happen. Oh yeah, never let. Oh lord. Okay, Farina, what secrets have you been keeping from me?
You're here! Finally!
Is
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem...
To dispute? Oh lord. What have they done now?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me. Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the...
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know, but you found them in...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't.
I'll ask you again. Do you... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If any...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so... I understand your concerns, but... I'm sorry. I just don't...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known there are several indications that you have been investigating the This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should... There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. That's all I have to say. We do not... Oh! The opera's about to...
that about?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a...
Oh! You know...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time. Still, I do not understand. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will... We may have to create a situation in which she will...
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. But who will lend us their aid to...
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Who?
Poisson was just involved
Minute.
in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural...
That's what family should do. Sit in
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you
Give her a
know.
cup?
Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Navia.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
For a minute.
Me?
Aw,
No.
come on for a minute.
Then,
Good sir.
how about you, good sir?
Rivulet.
I fear that I
would
will
cause the mood of this boat to become a somber court.
Well,
How about
then,
me?
I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Corin.
You might be...
Everybody's popping out of nowhere.
To cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a...
Oh?
How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on this...
Huh? Didn't you...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Do go on. Just a little smile.
In that case, do any of you have experience?
I do.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we...
I've also got...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and
waiting for the fish to come within reach.
That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Yep, Dylan is best.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
How about me?
I fear I do not have
Have
any
any related
related experience.
That makes sense. You usually... But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey.
Kind, as always. However, if we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death.
So, are we going...
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being who...
Oh, so that's what...
Right. What you need is simply the secret she's keeping, attempting to take her active scars. It must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the... Cool.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was. Thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Paimon's never seen that couple.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you...
Wait. You are familiar. You're the...
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine.
Who the crap are you?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but...
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Oh, Lord.
This was good tea, by the way.
All you have
Thank
to
you
do.
for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
All you have to do is play your part. What? That's crazy.
It's gone.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that steam, but not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Charlotte.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard
The
of her,
daredevil
no?
journalist.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
But their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when, or perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little...
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose hope. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if the...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astral... It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Thank you, Mona.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy legends. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not... Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet.
The World Walker.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're... seriously? Well, fine.
We'll forgive her this.
edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! 1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all!
It's
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia. Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat. Wait, did he really say
something like that.
That's right.
Even
Even
he
he
is
has
a-
his own preferences when it comes to food.
Nadine.
As for me, I love the cake and coffee here. Do you come here often? Usually every day. Every day? It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee. Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake? But why would it close? Well, Paimon doesn't know I— Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Dude, I love Zadine.
Huh. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad. Oh, you know Sijuin? I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
I love singing. I love how the way she talks. It's awesome.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Zadine. You're always a joy to have around.
And there she goes.
I love Zadine. The way she talks, it's like, yes, yeah.
I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Arf.
It's more delicious than
Oh, I love that every single time. I don't know why.
a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
We're sad. We're sad right now. Sad time. I'm sad. Silver and my Lewis. I'm just glad there's at least somebody that.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Have a chat. Charlotte, don't be leaking our information now.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poissons. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a
Well, Paimon knows you're not...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to...
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real dare...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with...
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few...
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. Ooh, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be...
That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, the story. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be proud of. But anyway, that's my answer.
Pretty good answer. Like that.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Good old beach walk.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we... No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait! Feels like it'll grow, but it's still better than the Fortress of Merope.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermont?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident
a riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House. And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members said loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the And before she could respond, the crowd continued to grow and protest against the Hydro Arc.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under.
I agree.
Exactly like the...
People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary.
So what happened after that is for...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order, and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only...
So, you mean...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search. That said, I don't think there's much to worry. Good. Monsieur Nervilat...
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on.
Is that so? Well, all right.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, and as we also know, when Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and it would be hard for her to ignore. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Looks like there's a detective novel, so put an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Alright, Farina. Stop hiding things. Ooh. Stop being sad, Farina. Stop it. Oop, who that?
This place
Not yet.
looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
You down there?
Left here are signs of devastation.
The traveler in
Will
Paimon.
Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Nice.
That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over. Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us. So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob.
Farina, you were
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? They even dare to tout their Archon! Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the marsh...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after...
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? That's against the rules.
Farina just ran
Go after her.
Quick, we have to catch up with...
Yeah, we're like them, but two sides. What is this?
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste...
Oh my god, Verena. Stop acting tough, bro. Just spill the beans, man. Spill the beans. All you gotta do. Oh, dang. We in confined places right here.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer
Yep, that's a good...
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for... I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to... But all my efforts prove to be few. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also, indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Yeah, my bad.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honest, don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Come on! Paimon could have...
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
How does he know about that?
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage...
Ladies and gentlemen, now, without further ado.
So, this is. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
May I interpret these words as your refute? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a.
You would draw your blade against.
We got the Iron Sting.
I see. It seems like you have made up your.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow. How
Lady Farina.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit, I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only ones to be But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Dang, Farina.
This time, I will applaud and rejoice.
Oh, Lord.
One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing?
Even though it's like,
Come on. Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic.
All right, then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so?
No.
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
You made court again, you kidding me? Order!
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait.
So, you mean... the one...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the great...
That's right. That house was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and it was an Archon. Instead, my thanks, Farina. Without your help, we couldn't...
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can get you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be also that as soon as I appear.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we... Oh?
Is that so? It's fine. It matters not. What's done, the stage is already set, so there's no reason to
Give you
disappoint
one
the
last
audience.
chance.
Let's see this trial.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something?
Oh, Charlotte, what you doing here? What you doing here, Charlotte? Thank you, Charlotte. What you doing here?
Let Paimon see. Isn't this the Wait, then that means this. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
You don't want.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Tea time within.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a...
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first...
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Of course not.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true
Member of the
Archon.
Seven.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would see. Even the Orange, if you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If I was not the Archon...
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be a...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally but in light of this claim, perhaps what I...
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Farina. Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must... You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that...
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro...
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave... But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't...
My power as an Archon. There are many
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the... Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide every...
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's
Hey, come now, everyone! I'm still the same Farina, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find
Wow, she came up with yet another argument! That doesn't sound right. Paimon It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, including those of... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon? But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has got—
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to
She's just staring at the water.
What's going on? Is she really planning?
Due to the inherent risk of...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a—
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take...
Please announce the results of your...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to...
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration... It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
I can't... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't think about it. How can you conclude? Also, if I was really... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway any—
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think that—
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway any— She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Orat...
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact will be punished
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Archon?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. Is this sentence really appropriate for...
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, but now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydra.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still—
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission, Father.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see? What is...
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her? So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
That doesn't sound... That doesn't...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
That doesn't sound... That doesn't... That doesn't...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
That doesn't... That doesn't...
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. Now, but then it feels like we're...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny,
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like with Navia? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we... Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Arch...
This really might be too much information for you.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of... Yes, it
I think I'm following now. So, in truth, everything we've...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene of...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your... About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripedes. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, and once it has finished consuming all—
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled—
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it is—
We just barely managed.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate from the way he
Where's
looked.
Farina?
He must
Whole
have been
time.
fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known. Anyway, now that we know that this whale.
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
That's not something. We've already done everything we've come so.
Indeed. That
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers!
You.
Farina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra
Yeah, I'm in a...
alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for— All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Water jet!
As one with wind and cloud.
Bombs away! Now you shall perish!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
I will have order. Into the wind.
Illusion shattered!
Oh.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But Doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
One moment, I have to go to the bathroom. I know, cliffhanger, right? Here, I'll let you stay here. I'll be right back. Is back.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Ah, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no...
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near...
Understood. Keep monitoring. I don't think I feel utterly exhausted.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate,
What is it? Good.
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed. I never imagined. Have I? I want to tell someone. And I've conducted so many investigations across the... All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If she's right, I could confide in her. But if things don't play out as no, Farina, But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely... All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, Some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the—
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that come with me, Traveler. The hour of execution has come. Done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Shatter! Inazuma shines eternal! Ha! 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 Ha!
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It's really scary.
Illusion shattered!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
There is no escape!
Gather!
Torn to oblivion!
I will have order.
Bombs away! Go!
Into the wind! Shine down! The wind knows me. Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shattered! Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Go!
Crumble! Into the wind!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
What?
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Point being.
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
That right?
Is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sir Tologi.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhyme Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Oh my god!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Wait for a minute.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong. Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-up. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on!
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind...
I get where you're coming from.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking if you...
Forget it. I'm sure...
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a minute. Snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
How about...
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was... When did... I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you...
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he...
But he did invite you to tea.
2 large pots of it, in fact.
I have to agree.
Speaking of that...
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr.
Me? I'm fine with anything.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the—
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for
No need to thank me. But that said, I should.
Of course.
All right then, this way.
FT. Oh Lord, my broski. Oh now. Hey, bro.
Hey, no need to be so nervous.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Miss.
Sir, please don't say.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask...
Huh! Looks like Charlotte...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps...
Did you really have to use the... Well, then, 2 solo...
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me up.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like...
Ah, Siege
Between.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. What? Sure. Come on, Miss
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, I got a tad too...
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I'll just... I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortune as to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might read... All right. Last stop, the docks.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every
Lynette, could you...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you have... After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis...
I would agree, but I've also heard that it's...
So there's some reason...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes.
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the gnosis?
That is our duty as Harp. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings,
Miss Journalist. She's like, oh.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about...
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic
Oh
pocket
my god, the
before
stupid
you
magic
go?
pocket.
Here,
No, no more
try
magic
Paimon.
pockets.
You take one too.
Fine.
To
I'll...
move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. I guess this must be life. We will all all right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. we're going to have free.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fool. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, as for the judgment passed by the orator, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was, hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children who had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy
Hydro
from?
element.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove...
The remains of the... So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
I'm the 8th.
And she said that it would bring misfortune.
Oh my
and you should
god!
check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by... I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us? It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before...
Well, guys, I know I didn't really speak for maybe an hour straight, but that has changed the whole view. The whole view of Tevat. One moment. Well, guys, this right here is in about 6.0, maybe 7.0. Actually, the 7. Kind of get it. Yeah, us being the we know we're the fourth descendant, meaning the third descendant is the remains of the third descendant is all of the gnosis, which means the Tsaritsa needs all of it to convey their, not really convey their actions, I would say. They want to go against the heavenly principles. They want all the power. Since we're the fourth descendant, we have the same type of ability. We don't need a vision for elemental reactions. Or elemental elements, basically. So does that mean we have one, or does that mean I don't know? This is a very long but really good quest. I found a new person that goes to do Snezhnaya has to be or will be the best update. I don't care. It has so much lore leading up to it. It's insane. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this hours long, like 4 to 5 hours long. Here, let's see. Hold on. It is a over a 4.5 hour long stream session. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Actually, hold on. Let me hold on. Let me take my Masquerade of the Guilty, Archon Quest Chapter 4, Act 5. I have my awesome. And then our wish we can use on Farina. I'm not going to get Farina at all, any of this, but it sure is a good way of maybe getting lucky. Maybe an epic? No, epic. Okay, I hope you enjoyed. A good evening, morning, or night whenever you see this. And will the hand of Celestia be in our God's grades? I can't think of things. I was going to say a quote there that I just thought of, and I can't say it because copyright. Alright, hope you enjoyed. Have a good evening or night whenever I see this, and I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.